What's that? All right, IT's ready. All right. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D. I move that the board members hereby certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters fully exempt from open meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act, and only the public business matters identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. And roll call vote.
Yeah, Mr. Lyle,
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Aye.
Mr. Vaughters,
Yes.
and Mr. Christie.
Yes.
Recess till 7 o'clock.
So, meeting adjourned.
Yeah.
deaf, so if I don't get up here, I'm not going to.
Amen.
All right, everybody, we're going to call this meeting to order. Isn't that? What's that? All right, going to call the meeting. All right. First agenda item is a presentation resolution recognizing John Aaron as president of the Rotary Club of Goochland for 2024 through 2025.
Mr. Aaron, would you mind coming forward to the podium? Mr. Christie will meet you down there, and Ms. Biskewitz will read the resolution.
Whereas John Aaron has served with distinction as president of the Rotary Club of Goochland from 2024 to 2025, exemplifying Rotary International's motto of service above self through his leadership, dedication, and vision. And whereas under John Aaron's presidency, the Rotary Club of Goochland more than doubled the attendance of its annual Community Awards Dinner to 225 attendees, recognizing and celebrating excellence in the community. And whereas he presided over the Citizens and the Community Heroes Catch event, which paid meaningful tribute to the first responders of Goochland County, highlighting their invaluable contributions and sacrifices. And whereas John Aaron led the Rotary Club in raising significant funds that supported over 15 local charities, furthering the club's mission to make a positive impact on the lives of Goochland residents. And whereas during his tenure, the club collected over 4,500 pounds of food for Goochland Cares, ensuring that vital resources reach families in need, and raised more than $1,800 for the Salvation Army through its annual kettle ringing drive. And whereas the Rotary Club of Goochland celebrated its 30th anniversary with a commemorative breakfast attended by 200 citizens, honoring the contributions of Goochland charities and organizations, and reinforcing the Rotary Club's role as a cornerstone of the community. And whereas John Aaron's leadership has strengthened the Rotary Club of Goochland's legacy of service, inspired its members, and fostered a spirit of unity and generosity within the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby commends and honors John Aaron for his exemplary leadership and remarkable contributions as president of the Rotary Club of Goochland 2024-2025, and for his steadfast dedication to improving the lives of the citizens of Goochland County. And be it further resolved that this resolution be recorded in the minutes of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, and that a copy be presented to John Aaron as an expression of the board's gratitude and appreciation.
Board members, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right.
Voice vote.
Voice vote?
Mhm.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I guess we're gonna go picture, yeah.
Richmond and UVA. Mr. Chairman, if I may, why don't we have the members of the Rotary Club join them up there and break that camera too?
That was gonna be all right. Come on up here, guys. Just so you come up with us. Yeah. Well. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yeah, I heard.
All right. Dr. Rayleigh, do you have some comments before we open citizen comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Christie. So before we head into citizen comment, just want to thank everybody for being here this evening. It's nice to have a large crowd of folks who are engaged in the work of your county government. See some familiar faces with folks that I had a chance to meet with yesterday, and thank you for being here again this evening. I shared some remarks earlier today that may be important for those of you who are in attendance this evening. Know that there's a lot of questions right now about the technology overlay district and what that is, that's not. A lot of perceptions and perspectives on that, which certainly we all value and welcome as a county government. And so you'll have an opportunity tonight to speak on any topic if you choose to, but ultimately there'll be more opportunities to speak on this topic throughout the course of the next month or two. Because ultimately, based on staff recommendation, we've decided to delay the Planning Commission meeting that was previously scheduled for August. So that Planning Commission meeting will now take place in September. We'll also be providing another opportunity for a community meeting that will take place at the end of August and the beginning of September, somewhere in that time frame. And then ultimately, any meetings that we schedule, we're going to make sure that we share far and wide so that everybody who is either an adjacent property owner or lives in neighborhoods near the proposed technology overlay district will have an opportunity to know what is potentially part of the board's consideration moving forward. So we're committed to transparency. We're committed to welcoming your voice and ultimately collectively working towards a resolution that would be strong for all of us involved. And so there will be no action this evening on the technology overlay district, but certainly you have the opportunity to provide feedback, and there will be many, many opportunities beyond tonight with community meetings, planning commission hearings, and ultimately board of supervisor hearings in the future. So just wanted to share that for the benefit of the audience. Referenced that yesterday in a meeting that was in, and earlier today as well as part of the early afternoon meeting. But just wanted to share that to the group for awareness so that you are aware of where we are and where we're going in the future. But continue to welcome your feedback.
Dr. Lee, are there resources available for folks that can go online and maybe see where we are with this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Spoonhauer. Great question. Yes, we're really trying to keep our website updated and current related to the technology overlay district. We added some things on Friday. We provided some answers to questions that were asked in this room on July the 7th, and I'm sure there'll be some additional questions that will be forthcoming, and we're happy to keep that updated. That will be really a great one-stop shop to be able to understand where we are at this point in time, notification of future meetings, and any other updates we provide to any frequently asked questions or any other ideas that are on your minds. Thank you, Mr. Christie.
Absolutely. So now we're going to go into citizen comment. Here are the rules for the citizen comment period. The board is offering a citizen comment period not intended to last more than 1 hour. This is the opportunity for residents to speak to the board about any issue involving the county that is not on the meeting agenda for public hearing. If you have comments about an issue scheduled for public hearing, you need to speak when that matter is called. Each person may speak once up to 3 minutes. The green light turns on when you start talking. The first yellow light is 1 minute left to speak. The second yellow light is 30 seconds left to speak, and the red light is the speaker's time is up. And now I will open citizen comment.
I'm Gerald Haas, 12313 Beach Hall Circle. I am yielding my 3 minutes of time to my wife, Cynthia Haas.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cynthia Haas. I live at 12313 Beach Hall Circle. Have a couple of issues that I'd like to talk about tonight. Obviously, the first one is regarding the Technology Overlay District in West Creek. I believe with several modifications, the TOD proposal is a good thing for residents who live in, nearby, and close to West Creek. This proposal is a first draft, so to speak. The date for bringing it before the Planning Commission has been pushed back to September, which is wonderful. It allows us time for more research. It allows the Planning Commission, Zoning Commissions, everyone else to do their research as well. With that being said, there are several modifications I would like. The first one is to eliminate the by right approval at all, just completely eliminate it. Other counties that Goochland needs to research and learn from started with by right approvals and have had to eliminate it. They were eliminated when it was learned how badly they were being abused. The counties that do not allow by right development of data centers are Henrico, Loudoun, Prince William, Powhatan, Louisa, New Kent, Charles City, and James City. Henrico was just in the news for new limits placed on data centers. Henrico now requires data centers to be approved by their board. The tech zone Henrico proposed was shot down in favor of requiring developers to apply for provisional use permits through a hearing process. Goochland needs to learn from the mistakes that these other counties made. So eliminate by right approvals. Noise standards. The proposal allows 65 decibels. I'm in favor of lowering this to 55. Generator testing, 1 day a month for 20 minutes, definitely not 2 hours a day. No diesel generators allowed, either natural gas or solar. Could Goochland be the first county where data centers are green? What are the penalties for data centers or fulfillment centers that break the allowed noise level? Can I stand in my backyard with a downloaded app and record the decibels? Would the county accept that as proof that the allowable noise level has been exceeded? If a company breaks the noise levels, what are the penalties? A $1,000 fine to a huge company is absolutely nothing. Structural height. The proposal currently allows for a 12-story building in West Creek. Why? There are no 12-story buildings anywhere in Goochland, as far as I know. Why would it be allowed in West Creek? I ask for a maximum of 4 stories or 40 feet. Remove all biotechnology and biomedical research. Put in language that states no work involving any type of viruses or other harmful biological substance is allowed. We all remember COVID. A lot of labs work with Ebola. I don't want that in my backyard. Buffer zones. Currently, my house would be 50 feet from a data center. No, I would like that buffer with any residential lot to be 1,000 feet. What I would actually like, even better, is that no data center be allowed to be built on a lot that abuts a residential lot. There's significant work to be done on the proposal to accomplish a technology overlay zone which protects all county residents. No one wants a data center in their backyard. If Goochland is determined to allow data centers in West Creek Business Park, as it is currently zoned, I understand that, then modifications to the proposal must be made. Now, some other items. Mr. Lyle, you have been very kind in responding to emails, and that is very appreciated. However, in one email to a resident, you mentioned you would like to actively explore small modular reactors. Quite frankly, Mr. Lyle, I applaud the fact that you want to look into alternative energy options. We looked at solar. You look nuclear. I really don't want any sort of reactor in West Creek near all of the homes that have been allowed to be built there nearby. Mr. Vaughter, many residents of District 4 have reached out to you via emails and phone calls. While other members of the board have replied and given their opinions, you have been strangely quiet. Yes, I know Tom Martin was finally able to reach you, and you have agreed to come and speak with Raiders Branch. I appreciate that. But Mr. Valders, you are the representative for District 4 in Goochland. You ran for this office. You were elected. You have a duty to your constituents to help. You are our voice in Goochland County. In my opinion, that includes replying to emails and phone calls. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Hostetler. I live at 12325 Beach Hall Circle on a property that abuts the West Creek District, and I cede the rest of my time to Steve.
Hello, my name is Steve Shorrock. I'm at 12201 Bremner Ridge Circle. First, I want to thank Mr. Waters for agreeing to meet with us, and it is much appreciated. I have some points to bring up now and to have a conversation later rather than springing it on him when we have the meeting. Be a lot more conducive that way. There are a lot of questions about noise. I'm not going to repeat what you already heard, but where and when is the noise measured? Is it at the RPUD property line or the edge of the source property? If the limit is 65 decibels for a data center, what is the limit for 3 data centers in a row? By the way, each one of them being approved one at a time, maybe a year or two apart as they all build up. And by the way, according to the Health Hearing Foundation, 60 decibels is conversation. That difference between 5 decibels between the 60 and 65 may seem trivial, but again, according to that same Health Hearing Foundation, quote, sounds above 70 decibels can be damaging to hearing over time. Also, even 60 decibels is like having a conversation on your porch with your spouse, then a third person is talking. Constant chatterbox, never ceasing, constant, a third person in your life, the data centers. Best practice is a maximum of 55 decibels of perceived noise at the sending property line. Also, noise restrictions are for properties, quote, adjacent to residential. Do you remember the zoning request for an unattended event facility? Sycamore Creek residents were not notified because a 12-foot wide driveway separated their property from the event property. That was under zoning. They weren't notified. That's the definition under our law of adjacent. Next, we have been told, to our surprise, that the TOD does not alter West Creek ordinance. Therefore, the buffer will still be 50 feet. I hope that that would be addressed. Next, looking at the map, is Road A dead? It doesn't appear to be on there. That means all traffic is going to Hockett Road. No traffic going directly south to Tuckahoe Creek Parkway, which makes a whole lot more sense. Hockett Road is not going to be improved in our lifetime. We know about Fairground Road. We know about all the roads in your district. There's no way that Hockett Road is getting any money anytime soon, and not in our lifetime, although frankly, some of us are older than others. Okay, when does the TCSD contract expire? Could Henrico do what Roanoke City is doing, demanding a cut of Bodentott's data center revenue? Would rates skyrocket if they had the choice? And particularly, would rates skyrocket for us because they want their piece of the action? A couple of technical recommendations. If natural gas turbines are used, selective catalytic reduction units should use ammonia, not urea. I don't have time to go into all the whys for that right now, but I'd be happy to talk about it. Battery energy storage systems should use graphene, not lithium. Waste heat recaptured should be required near residential areas, and low-frequency noise mitigation should be required. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, folks, just part of our policy and for decorum is we ask that we don't have any outbursts and call board members by name. So if we could please try to abide by that. I know it's an exciting issue, but if we could keep the applause and or potential boos down to a minimum, that'd be great.
Are we ready? Okay. Good evening. My name is Lawrence Frank, and I reside at 12162 Readers Point Drive in Mannequin-Sabat. And I've proudly called Goochland home since 2002. I understand what you just said, Mr. Spoonhauer, but I want to specifically thank Supervisor Jonathan Lyle for following up with me personally by phone and the thoughtful conversation I had with both Mr. Lyle and Chairman Tom Winfrey. I appreciate their time and commitment to community engagement. I'm here tonight to respectfully express my strong opposition to allowing data centers to be built in the West Creek Business Park. For years, West Creek has evolved into a unique part of Goochland. It is no longer just a business park. It has become a true mixed-use area. We have high-quality employers like Capital One, the Federal Reserve, CarMax, Performance Food Group. They have all designed their facilities with low visual impact and strong architectural integrity. But we also have growing residential neighborhoods, Mosaic, 2000 West Creek, Readers Branch, which now includes over 300 homes. Avery Point is bringing senior living and 1,600 residents into the fold. Families live here, retirees live here. It is also the home to Hardywood's beautiful brewery and the Strikers Soccer Complex, both of which exemplify the kind of thoughtful, human-centered development we value. That's why data centers are such a bad fit. They bring 24/7 industrial noise. They consume enormous amounts of electricity and water. They don't offer meaningful long-term employment, and their design, massive, windowless boxes, does not align with the look or feel of West Creek or Goochland at large. Other Virginia counties, Loudoun, Prince William, Fauquier, are now reckoning with the intended consequences. We do not need to sacrifice one of our county's best planned corridors for use that undermines its quality. The Goochland Strategic Plan says that we should protect our identity. We do not want to be Henrico or Chesterfield. This is our moment. Please do what you can, whether through zoning updates, design controls, to prevent incompatible data centers from reshaping West Creek and our community. Thank you for your service and your time tonight.
Supervisors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lee Halverson. I live at 12253 Bremner Ridge Circle in Mannequin-Sabat, Readers Branch. If I could get everybody from Readers Branch to stand up just for a second. Thank you. I'd like to spend, you can sit down now. I'd like to spend a few minutes giving you my impressions and experience working with data centers and my thoughts on the technical corridor for 288. I've written each of you, and I appreciate the response that I've gotten. We moved here 4 years ago from Northern Virginia, where I was a Deputy Chief Information Officer in a small bureau in the United States Department of Commerce. I had responsibility for day-to-day operations at the system level for IT systems and applications. My clients included DoD, USDA, the Department of Labor, Social Security, CIA, and many, many more. I toured and my systems operated in data centers in Virginia, West Virginia, and Colorado. Additionally, I'm a photographer, and I have a unique interest in unusual architectural anomalies, such as rows upon rows of concertina-surrounded windowless block houses next to housing developments, churches, schools, rec centers, and parks. I walked all around and took pictures. 30 years ago, big data centers like we have now weren't even anybody's imagination. The 24/7 power requirement and the footprint for that power requirement's amazing. The astronomical cooling requirement is exacerbated by heat, humidity, and the noise. We all know about the stories about the noise, but I can tell you from walking around it, it's horrendous and it's constant. And when the generators kick off, it's a crescendo of noise and pollution. And you know the generators will kick off because there will be heat, and the Dominion will probably ask the data centers to revert to generator power to take the strain off the network. Right now, the data centers are by right. I'm urging you to reconsider that. Loudoun County in Northern Virginia had by right also, and now they have 55 million square foot, maybe more, of data centers. And they've revised their by right to get special permission for data centers. Henrico's getting ahead of the game. They've already changed their procedures. I urge you to please review the negative social, environmental, and personal impact of the data centers in Goochland. We wouldn't put one next to a church or a vineyard or a horse stable or a school. So why, oh why, would we put one next to our neighborhood? Thank you.
Some very good comments being made here today, and appreciate everyone listening in as intently as you have. Hello, my name is John Byro, and my wife and I live in Reeders Branch. We've only been here since June, so we're kind of fallen into this discussion and trying to catch up. I'm currently retired after having a long career with Eli Lilly and Company. I had responsibility for design, construction, and startup of major pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities in the US and in Europe. Site selection has always been part of that process. I have spent the last couple of weeks trying to get my head around Goochland's County Economic Development Authority and what they're proposing for the Technology Overlay District. I admit I'm a bit confused at this point by the lack of transparency in the process and taken aback by the rapid pace at which the county appears to be proceeding. I can tell you it has created a bit of a hornet's nest in our neighborhood. If indeed data centers are what the county has in mind, then in my humble opinion, it is a mistake placing them adjacent to neighborhoods. Data centers are not neighborhood friendly in any way, shape, or form. There are many examples of highly successful technology parks that do not include data centers. Take a road trip and see for yourselves, if you have not already, perhaps to RTP, Research Triangle Park out in Durham County in North Carolina, or the multiple technology parks just a little bit north in the greater Philadelphia area. I'm asking that you proceed with caution. Reaching for what appears to be the most expedient solution is high risk and as unintended negative consequences often prevail. I highly recommend a significant pause in the process for creating the Technology Overlay District and request that you make an asserted effort towards community outreach and collaboration. Listen to what the people have to say. Create the space for meaningful conversation. Be transparent, and trust will follow. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Breck Daughtry. Pardon me, I reside at 12385 South Reader Circle. And thank you for this opportunity to comment. Many have heard about, and some have experienced firsthand, the negative impact huge data and distribution centers like Amazon's on Ashland Road have on adjacent residential areas. Last week, my wife and I visited 4 data centers in Henrico's West End and White Oak Technology Park in the East End. The 4 centers in the West End were innocuous. However, what we saw at White Oak Technology Park left us awestruck and terrified that something like that could happen adjacent to 6 or more Goochland neighborhoods. I have photos for you in a packet that I left with the clerk, but if you haven't been out there to White Oak, you need to go and then picture those data centers and distribution centers adjacent to neighborhoods. Right now, a mega data or distribution center can be built by right in the M1 zone with only administrative approval and no action by the Planning Commission or the board. With respect to the TOD, I've been given to understand that its design standards don't apply in the West Creek Business Park, the largest part of the technology zone. Therefore, it's requested that Section 15-262 of the zoning ordinance be amended from by right development in M1 zones for data and distribution centers to a special exception, provisional or conditional use permit that must be publicly noticed and heard by the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. This would not change permitted uses in the M1 zones and does not deprive the property owner of the economically viable use or value of the property. Both Henrico and Loudoun counties have made this change to protect neighborhoods. As robust as the demand is for data and distribution centers, none of the recommended changes will deter any business investment in Goochland if that's where they want to be. Your goal of business development is a good one, but nobody wants a mega data or distribution center immediately adjacent to their neighborhood, and that's not simple NIMBYism. Today, there's far in excess of $500 million worth of new planned and existing residential development in the Hockett Road, Broad Street, and 288 corridor that will be affected by the proposed TZ and TOD and by right development. If that's what you want, there's abundant land in Goochland to accommodate them without impacting thousands of residents in surrounding neighborhoods. I urge you to protect the interests of your constituents' significant investments in Goochland County and ask you to direct the manager to contact his counterparts in Henrico and Loudoun for information about recent changes to their zoning ordinances and comprehensive plans related to data centers and distribution centers, and then incorporate them into Goochland's code and plan. The right of all county residents
Your
to the
time is
quiet
up, sir.
enjoyment of their homes should not be sacrificed in all-out pursuit of business revenue, however much it is desired or needed. Thank you. Appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Lisa Sykes. I've been in ministry for 34 years in the Richmond area. My congregations would have given $1 million for these little lights on my pulpit. I live at 12482 North Crossing Drive in Reader's Branch, and I'm delighted to be there and find a wonderful community that's there. It's an honor to address you tonight. Holistic is a good word. This Board of Supervisors is interested in the welfare of the whole county of Goochland. Yet I'm concerned. Financial pressures are having a negative impact on decision-making, affecting the whole and the wholeness of Goochland County. Based on the census data that I've looked at, the population here is almost evenly divided between the 3 western districts and the 2 eastern districts. That means that the west end of the county, as represented in this room, can consistently outvote the east end of the county. That concerns me after the Highfield project in the east of the county was passed, with only votes from the west of the county, and overridden the safety concerns of Fire Captain Ferguson. I think that's a concern. Now the initial draft of the technology overlay district sets a bar so low in terms of by right and height minimum that I'm afraid we're going to louden, and I don't want to do that. I accept that all development projects are here and needed for the sake of the community and income that will benefit Goochland County, but I don't want it to metaphorically cost us more than it's worth. I don't want any data centers in Goochland, if it's up to me, period, at all. But whatever is built in the TOD should not disadvantage homeowners, whether in Bellevue, or Mosaic, or Bluffton, since the county approved the creation of all of these subdivisions. Again, I am worried because of Margaret and Steve, who I met at yesterday's meeting. They are residents in Parkside, and they've been told that once the Amazon distribution center opens there in Rockville, they and all the residents at Parkside will have to rely on Henrico and Hanover EMS for their emergency needs. And that's a serious disadvantage. Any development that comes should permit not some of Goochland, but the whole of Goochland. And I'm even thinking of the noise and the environment to benefit. I've got those I have met recently who are concerned not only about the humans living along Hockett Road, but the horses that will be adversely affected by the noise and the sounds from data centers and loud generators. I would suggest that we think about clean energy, whether it's natural gas or solar. And I wanted to tell you that the farm owners are clearly concerned about their livestock. Set the bar high, I ask you, and not low for the TOD, and the whole county will be better off, literally and metaphorically. Thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen, my name is Graydon Fisher. I live in Reeder's Branch. My wife and I moved up here about a year ago, and I have no technical expertise as all the rest of the people who've spoken. The only thing that I would address at this point, I think it's absolutely clear, is that Hockett Road has been gifted with a lot of residential development. And I don't think that the technological center that you're talking about that's proposed will have a positive impact on the residential development. I think that's absolutely clear. Bottom line, property values. I think that they would drop significantly along that corridor, and it would be hard to get other developers to come in knowing that. That's all I have to say, and thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Bruce Silverman. I live at 1340 Hounslow Drive in Mannequin-Sabet. I have the distinct pleasure and high honor to serve as the medical director at Goochland Cares. Tonight, I'm going to only address the health aspects that I've learned about for data centers. Most of the information I have read about is from the JLARC study that the General Assembly commissioned in 2024. First, I wanted to highlight the concerns regarding air quality, the massive amount of electricity and power during power outages They rely on these diesel generators. The diesel generators emit particulate matter, nitrogen oxide, and other harmful pollutants. Even brief, repeated operations can degrade local air quality, particularly for residents who suffer from asthma, allergies, or other respiratory conditions. Recent studies have demonstrated that communities near clusters of data centers experience higher rates of respiratory illnesses and report odors and visible pollution during generated testing and outages. For vulnerable populations, the elderly, children, and those with pre-existing illnesses, these emissions pose a particular risk. Noise pollution, another significant concern. The constant humming of cooling fans, generators, and other mechanical systems can lead to elevated noise levels 24 hours a day. Chronic exposure to this kind of low-frequency noise is linked to sleep disturbances, increased stress, and even cardiovascular effects. For residents whose homes border these facilities, disruption can be profound, affecting quality of life and general well-being. While ongoing research regarding electromagnetic fields, there is community apprehensive about this problem. This is a problem with data centers. Residents often express concerns of the long-term health effects, including sleep disruption and headaches. Excessive nighttime lighting required for security and operations can lead to light pollution, further disturbing sleep cycles and natural wildlife habitats. Water, it's essential to overlook the massive water consumption, especially in regions where this may be scarce. This may also inject heat into the environment due to the cooling process, and this creates microclimate changes affecting nearby agriculture as well as our residents. The well-being of our community should not be underestimated here. This will certainly take a psychological toll on our community. The upside of this report was that data centers in their current
Sir, your time
yes,
has expired.
just one thing. Our current data centers should be in heavy industrial areas, and I don't think that this is any longer West Creek. It should be considered a heavy industrial area, as we've approved residential housing even within West
sir.
Creek. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period. Yeah. Then we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, allow people time to exit. Do I need the gavel back in? Okay. All right, so now we are at the public hearings part of the meeting. Our first public hearing is 6409, District 4, CU-2025-00001, application by Travis W. Johnson requesting a conditional use permit for short-term rental unhosted on 4.01 acres at 207 Echo Meadows Road on tax map number 47-35-0-3-0. The property is zoned Agriculture Limited A2. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance, Section 15-112, in accordance with Section 15-285.g. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement, and Josh Gillespie will be presenting.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Christie, and good evening, board members. For the record, I am Josh Gillespie, Goochland County's Deputy Administrator. It is my pleasure to present this agenda item this evening. This hearing involves a request by Travis Johnson for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental unhosted. The vicinity map on the left shows the location of the subject property within the red circle near the northeast corner of the county. Zooming in, the aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red off Echo Meadows Road, north of Interstate 64. The zoning map on the left shows the property and other area properties in the green Agricultural Limited Zoning District. The map on the right shows the subject property designated in the comprehensive plan for rural enhancement uses. The uses on the property at current include a residence and a detached garage. The detached garage was built in 2023 with walk-up storage and remains unfinished. A septic system was recently approved for the garage building to share capacity with the primary dwelling. This image shows a survey plat of the property with the primary dwelling and the garage proposed by this CUP for a short-term rental unit. The plan is oriented with the north generally to the right. Other features on the property include a portion of a shared pond. To briefly touch on public outreach milestones for this project, the applicant held a community meeting on April the 9th at the subject property to explain the proposal and answer questions. The meeting was attended by 5 citizens as well as Supervisor Lyle and Planning Commissioner Kimmerly. Questions raised during the meeting related to who might rent the dwelling, how long guests might stay, how the unit would be advertised, the current status of the building, how the zoning process works, the rules for short-term rentals, and whether the property owner would stay on the property while the unit is rented. The applicant answered the questions during the meeting. The Planning Commission then held a public hearing on June 17th of this year and recommended approval of the application with a vote 4-0. No citizen spoke at the meeting. The proposed conditions are the standard conditions for short-term rental applications, including use, maximum occupancy, life safety measures, sound and noise, posted boundary signs, residential appearance, prohibitions on guests hunting and using firearms during their stays, notices in leases, CUP expiration, and transfer or lease of the property. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer, to respond to any questions you may have for me. The applicant is here as well, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson.
Board members, do you have any questions? Would the applicant like to speak?
Mr. Johnson did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and he said that the staff had covered the material as presented. So he's indicated the same this evening.
All right. Do I have a motion?
Mr.
Open the public. Gotcha. All right. All right, opening the public hearing. All right, seeing nobody, I will close it. Board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU-2025-1, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All right, is this a roll call vote?
Ask for any discussion.
Oh, discussion?
Yeah, I just had a question, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Gillespie, so there's a single-family dwelling, and then you spoke of the garage with a walk-up. Is the, I'm confused, is this two buildings?
Yes, sir, there are two buildings, as shown in the slide that has the plat of the property.
Right. So are both for short-term rental, if it's?
No, sir, it would be the accessory structure. Condition number 1 talks about this. Short-term rental unhosted may be operated on the property subject to these conditions. The use can only occur in the accessory structure identified on the concept plan Exhibit A.
So why is it, if they're going to be, is the other house inhabited?
Yes, sir, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson live in the primary house.
Okay, so why would it be unhosted?
Yeah, that's a good question. So they want the ability to be off the property. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson replied to a similar question at the Planning Commission by saying it was their intent to be there when their guests were there because they wanted to be able to support their guests and see them on the property. But what they've applied for is for it to be an unhosted facility. And that means if they want to go out to dinner or otherwise be off the property when the guests are there, the guests could be there unhosted.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? All right, got a motion and a second. Is this a roll call vote? All right. Dr. Rayleigh?
Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Aye.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
And Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, our next public hearing is District 5, CU 2025-00002, application by Benedictine Society of Virginia, requesting to amend conditional use permit CUP case CU 2023-00005 to increase maximum occupancy limits for combined uses on 50.045 acres at 12829 River Road on tax map number 66-1-0-2-0. The property is zoned agricultural limited A2 and residential limited R1. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15-112 and Section 15-152. The comprehensive plan designates this area as semi-public and single-family residential medium density. And presenting is Josh Gillespie again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, board members. For the record, I am Josh Gillespie, Deputy County Administrator. It is my pleasure to present this agenda item as well. This hearing involves a request by the Benedictine Society of Virginia to amend conditions of a permit approval associated with the roughly 50-acre property at the address you mentioned. It's currently occupied by the Benedictine and St. Gertrude High Schools. The vicinity map on the left shows the location of the subject property within the red circle near the southeast extent of the county. Zooming a little closer, the aerial photograph on the right shows the subject property outlined in red in the vicinity of River Road, which is adjacent to and north of the subject property. State Route 288 is located to the west of the property. The James River is located to the south of the property. The subject property is split zoned. The zoning map on the left shows the majority of the property, and properties to the west and east are in the green agricultural limited zoning district. The northerly part of the subject property and other properties along the River Road corridor are zoned residential limited, shown on that map in light yellow, to a depth of roughly 450 feet. Transitioning to the map on the right, the property is designated in the comprehensive plan for semi-public uses. The uses on the property have evolved over many decades, from a drug and alcohol rehabilitation center, once operated by the Bon Secours Health System, to the current uses of the property as a monastery and retreat facility, a chapel, and an educational campus for the Benedictine Boys High School and the St. Gertrude Girls High School. Prior zoning cases issued by Goochland County go back to 1993, and the request associated with this application is to amend conditions related to the fourth and most recent permit, CU 2023-05. This image shows the Benedictine Society of Virginia's approved master plan. The plan is oriented with north, generally to the right. Key campus features include one access point to the site from River Road, paralleling the north property line, again on the right side of the plan. Multiple athletic fields spread through the site. Benedictine Boys High School building near the center of the property. St. Gertrude Girls High School building near the James River, left side of the plan. Gymnasium near the western boundary, top of the plan. And parking and other infrastructure throughout the site, mostly near the main buildings. The most recent conditional use permit in effect today established 16 conditions of approval. The application before you requests modification of condition 4 related to occupancy limits, which refers to the number of people who can be on the site at any one time. The existing condition number 4 at the top of the slide establishes a maximum of 550 students, 115 teachers and full-time employees, 20 monks, and 250 seats within the church. Taken together, this allows a total occupancy of 935 total people. The requested modification before you tonight, shown on the bottom half of the slide, is intended to accomplish 3 goals. First, increase the occupancy limit from 935 to 1,500 people. Second, eliminate the individual categories of users to provide more flexibility in business practices and use of the property. And third, clarify that the 1,500 person limit does not apply to certain temporary activities. I would like to take a moment and briefly read the full text of the proposed amendment. So condition 4, so highlighting in yellow, subject to condition 5, which relates to water capacity limits. At no time will the maximum occupancy for the combined uses exceed 1,500 people. This occupancy limit does not apply to certain temporary activities. For purposes of this condition, a temporary activity is defined as being incidental and subordinate to any approved use listed in condition 2. Examples include, but are not limited to, school-related sporting events, graduation ceremonies, and other similar activities. Now, I would like to take a step back and summarize the general nature and scope of all 16 conditions of approval reflected in the resolution for context. Most conditions have simply been carried forward from the existing permit verbatim. Condition 1 clarifies that this permit supersedes and controls over any prior allowances and conditions established in a prior plan. Condition 2 clarifies the general land uses allowed on the property, generally described as schools and religious facilities. A reference to museum has been added after gift shop in this application to align the allowances with current operations on the property. Condition 2 also establishes a limit of 20 full-time residents, which has not been requested for change. Condition 3 establishes monetary commitments related to local transportation improvements in the vicinity of Patterson Avenue and River Road. Condition 4 relates to the occupancy permits, which I just summarized on the prior slide. Conditions 5 and 6 establish peak water usage limits for the property and requirements to report usage to the county upon request. Condition 7 relates to ensuring fire safety with reference to a required on-site water reservoir for firefighting purposes. Condition 8 clarifies that the State Department of Environmental Quality establishes sewerage limits, which must be followed and reviewed annually for compliance by that agency, DEQ. Conditions 9 through 15 provide a range of design requirements related to buildings, property access, lighting, landscaping, parking, sound and noise, and limitations on construction hours. In general, these conditions require compliance with the master plan reviewed earlier. And finally, condition 16 requires the property owner to notify the county in the event of a property transfer of ownership release. To briefly touch on public outreach milestones for this case, the applicant held a community meeting on April 30th at the subject property to explain the proposal and answer questions. The meeting was attended by 5 citizens as well as Supervisor Lyle and Planning Commission Chair Cosby. Questions raised during the meeting related to understanding how the additional population will be served by the existing on-site infrastructure, water and septic capacity, sewerage capacity, and potential impacts on adjacent neighbors from the wastewater system. The applicant answered the questions during the meeting. The Planning Commission then held a public hearing on June 17th of this year and recommended approval with a vote of 4-0. One citizen testified in support of the proposal. Board members will notice the proposed amendment to Condition 4 is shown in two colors, white and yellow, which I'll now explain. After the Planning Commission hearing, staff and the applicant collectively identified an opportunity to further revise and clarify Condition 4 to exempt occupancy limits for certain temporary activities which are incidental and subordinate to the uses approved by the conditions of the permit. The applicant and the staff jointly drafted the language in yellow, seen on the screen, to provide the clarification and added flexibility for the business operations. This was understood as an issue during the conversation before the Planning Commission. However, the Planning Commission considered and voted on the proportion of the proposed amendment in white, which increased the maximum occupancy, but the Commission did not have an opportunity to consider the yellow language, which was directed after the meeting. It was drafted after the public hearing occurred, and it's included in the proposed ordinance for the board's consideration this evening. Examples of relevant temporary activities discussed could be a school-related sporting event, graduation ceremony, a brief period where occupancy exceeds 1,500 people. I would like to point out the phrase examples, quote unquote, examples included but are not limited to, which is intended to be descriptive of allowed temporary uses, but not to prohibit similar uses. So examples of or limit, but not limited to. And then finally, the proposed amendments comply with the county's comprehensive plan with or without the temporary use clarification and Condition 4. If there are any questions from me, I would be glad to answer them at this time.
Any questions, board members, for Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Just doing what we would call envelope math, the total increase, given the current allowances, is actually about a 565 individual increase. And that, as you pointed out, are still going to be guided or following number 8, which is septic and water, and number 15, which includes parking. So if parking and septic and water will not handle those folks, then it would not be able to increase to that. So what we're doing is allowing that increase provided it can be properly serviced and maintained.
Correct.
So it's not an automatic that they get to have additional people there, but they can't flush the toilets and they can't park. They're going to have to be able to provide those services. So we're protected. The community is protected by making sure that those requirements are still in place. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that because
Very good.
I've had people say, well, what about the additional parking, and what about the issues with water and septic? Thank you.
Yes, sir. The applicant's agent is here, Colonel Grapes.
Would you like to speak, Colonel?
Sorry. Yeah. I have a question for you. Okay. I know I'm getting to it. It's here in case we need it. No, this is going to the next one. Those are the full conditions.
Slow reveal.
Yeah, it is a slow reveal. There we go. All yours.
Good evening, Supervisors. Good to see you all again. My name is Jesse Grapes, for the record. I live at 322 Riverside Court, 23238 in Goochland, which is adjacent to the campus of the Benedictine Schools of Richmond. I am the representative of the applicant. The applicant is the Benedictine Society of Virginia, which is the monastic community that sponsors the schools. I am the president of the Benedictine Schools of Richmond, which is the user of the Benedictine Society of Virginia's property. And I do not work for a data center. Historical timeline, I'll kind of skip past this. We've just had a number of conditional use permits here that have been in front of this board and its predecessors that have been supported. And I think the reason they have been supported is because we're providing a good service for the county. And, our neighbors, many of them remember when this was a drug and alcohol treatment facility, which those facilities are needed and they're important. I think they are pleased to have students in an educational facility in their backyard. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so, what is the a primary driver here is the schools are doing very well. Since we moved to Goochland County, which was in 2011, that first conditional use permit that allowed the boys' schools move from the museum district, and then 10 years later, our sister school, St. Gertrude, to do the same. Since St. Gertrude moved out, which was in 2020, we had 451 students. This past year, we had 543 students. This next year, we're expecting even more than that, an opening day here in a few weeks. So, and I think that slide right there, that's real numbers. That shows you the schools are doing well, right? People are happy. People enjoy the educational program at the schools. The religious aspects, the leadership aspects, the academic aspects, the athletic aspects. If people don't like what you're doing, you don't get more people to buy what you're selling. Anyway, I think the numbers speak for themselves. The schools are growing. We're serving the county, and that's good. That's good for Goochland. Justification, a lot of this was covered, but the strength of our brand in some through some pathways, we are the gateway to Goochland. Effect on property values in the local community, and then support capabilities. Some of those are already referenced. This is something you might be familiar with, Net Promoter Score. It's a way, a lot of big companies around the United States use this to evaluate how they're doing in their customers' eyes. We do it as well. I won't go into the whole methodology, but it's pretty simple. In a word-of-mouth campaign, the people who really like you and tell other people to buy your stuff, if you subtract all the people who really hate you and say don't buy their stuff, what is left over is your Net Promoter Score. You can kind of see the scores of really good companies, companies that have really good scores. Starbucks, Amazon, Apple, Chick-fil-A, Target. If we had all those companies in one shopping center in Goochland, it would be the most popular shopping center. And who doesn't like Dunkin' Donuts? And they only get a 15. But all scores in green are good. These are our scores, right? And we publish them to our folks annually. So we do pretty well. People, again, just kind of beating that same drum. People are happy with the service that we provide, the education that we provide, and more people want to be here every year. That's a good reflection on Goochland County. We're good for kind of educational opportunity in Goochland County. The largest gateway to Goochland, certainly there's a lot of ways in, right? There's Patterson Avenue, there's River Road. 288, arguably, is probably our main entry point in terms of volume. And, coming south, the entry point kind of focus is Drive Shack. I love Drive Shack, right? But, it's big metal poles and screens. Coming north on 288, that's what you see. That's St. Gertrude High School. It's a beautiful building. I think one of the reasons the neighbors are happy, this relates to property values. I'll touch on that in a minute. We've invested in $90 million in capital development on this 50-acre campus in the last 5 years. I doubt, other than big business, there's that kind of capital investment in such a small footprint in other parts of the county. So, and we're building beautiful things, right? You heard the comment earlier in the data center discussion about pre-engineered metal buildings, windowless boxes, all that stuff. We're building stuff with real historical dignity. That, if you're interested, that's Spanish colonial revival architecture. It's based on Romanesque. Like, this is stuff that they've been building in Europe since before the Middle Ages, and we're trying to replicate that type of dignity. And also, we think that's a good reflection for the county. Property values, always a question, right? What is your effect on property values? You heard that discussed earlier. So here's a case in point, and just to put it out there, so I'm not spying on one of my neighbor's property values. This is the house I live in. This is the house closest to campus. It's not my house. The school owns the house. I live in it. This is Zillow, dated a month or so ago. But if you look at the homes in the Pembroke Farm community, the Partridge Hill community, and there are other neighbors, there has been a 52 to 58% increase in those property values since June of 2020, when St. Gertrude moved to campus and we started this significant run of capital investment, right? We've been good neighbors. I mean, that's a massive property value increase. But these have been good years, so to be fair, just some comparison points. In the Meadows and Ashwoods, similar type communities to what you find Pembroke Farm, Partridge Hill, in terms of home structures, they've also increased in property value, but 30 to 40% during the same time period. So you can't say causality, right, and say that we directly caused that additional increase, but I don't think you can make an argument that we've diminished property values in our local area, which is good for Goochland as well. It's good for the property owners. It's good for the county government via taxes. Support capabilities, this was mentioned earlier. What you see there on the right just answers that, kind of the sewerage question. That is, we have our own wastewater treatment plant. That is a May 1st, 5-year inspection report. So it gives us a 5-year certificate to operate our own wastewater treatment plant, which supports more than adequate capability for the number of folks that we're talking about, and well more than adequate for the number of people that we currently have on campus. Other supports, water, we're allotted 20,000 gallons a day. We're using less than 4,000 gallons per day. Wastewater, our plant is a 15,000 gallon plant. Our usage is less than 5,000 gallons per day. Parking, we maintain 624 parking spaces on a daily basis. We have 550 students. Less than half of those drive, right, to school. So you do the math, right, 260 students, something like that, drive. We've got another 100 employees, right, assume they all drive their own cars for the most part. As you can see, we have close to 300 additional empty parking spaces on campus to accommodate events and other things. There you go, 310 daily usage. Traffic, there was a traffic study done on this property when the schools moved out here, and everything that was recommended to be done, we did it, right? We lengthened turning and stacking lanes on River Road. We installed the curbage and landscaping that was required. The only things that were not recommended but said could be done were signalization of Patterson River and Patterson and Page Brook. Those haven't been done, but at the time the school put up a bond for the Patterson, I think it was Patterson River, and said if that was done, we'd participate in the expense of that. That did not happen. In conclusion, we believe we are good for Goochland County. We've demonstrated that, and we hope that you'll look kindly on our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel Grapes. All right, now open citizen comment. Seeing none, I will close it. All right, board members, do I have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, and then I guess we can have discussion, but I would move that the board approve, the board grant conditional use permit CU 2025000002 Benedictine Society of Virginia, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion?
Charlie?
I would just make the comment that Goochland needs as many partners like the Benedictine schools as we can get. I would ask the one question, I've asked it to you before, but if you wouldn't mind repeating the answer. This gives you the capacity allowances you need for the foreseeable future, correct?
It does,
You don't,
yes.
So I think it's important that you all have the opportunity to plan appropriately and grow as you see fit. And you all have been a great partner for the county, so we want to keep that going. So thank you.
Yeah, Colonel Grapes, why is it that St. Gertrude's has a 59 positive and the Benedictine only 49?
So if you see it's important if you look the year before, St. Gertrude was higher, right? So these things fluctuate.
All right.
Honestly, I think the answer to that question is the prior year, so not this last school year, 2024, 2025, but the one prior to that, we opened St. Gertrude High School. And so, like, the girls and their parents were like, ah, you know, like, they were so stoked, right, to be in their new facility that, you know, we couldn't do anything wrong, you know. But we live in a world where, you know, what did you do for me yesterday? So those customer satisfaction scores came a little bit back down to earth last year, but still very positive.
Yeah, I would iterate what Supervisor Voters said, is that having toured the campus, and you were very generous with your time, the mission of focusing on the individual and on a grounding that puts people at the center of what they do after graduation is admirable, and I agree that more of that would make this world a better place. So I'm not a former Marine. Well, you're never a former Marine.
No.
So I can't say Semper Fi, but I could say hoorah. The Army supports the Marines in this instance, if that's okay.
Amen. Semper Fi.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this might be for staff or for the applicant. So I wanted to clarify Mr. Lyle's previous questions. I did go to public school, but I took that paper math, and what I saw was a 60% increase potentially in occupancy. But and my question was around the parking. But it looks like you have about 100% ability to increase that from 300 to 600. But what I want to clarify is Mr. Lyle's comments with staff around, well, if it becomes an issue and with the water, that it would be addressed. My question is, how would it be addressed, and how is it determined if it becomes an issue? I understand, I fully believe that your donors won't allow it to be an untenable situation, but just for the record, I want to clarify how that all happens, because that's news to me.
But before you answer the how, Josh, I'll just provide a little historical context on how we landed where we are with parking. So in the plan of development process, not this process, for the building of St. Gertrude High School and actually our gymnasium, which was opened in 2020, what was imagined is what was the largest event that would create cars, right? And so the largest event was looked at as like, okay, what facility can hold the most people, and how would it do that? And it's actually the gymnasium. You think of a large event as a football game, but if you filled the stands and put chairs on every square, foot almost of the gymnasium floor, how many people could that hold? That was the county staff's kind of planning rubric, and then we had to demonstrate that we had enough parking to support that activity, which is how we landed on the current number of parking spaces.
Perfect. So getting back to if it becomes an issue, what triggers that? Is it us, them?
So for parking, so the trigger for that would be if they're just mechanically, if they wanted to make changes to individual structures. Okay, so as President Grapes has said, for them to use parking on the site, they've basically overparked it for daily use. It's the parking that's been developed is for the use of the gym.
Sure.
So they have already essentially provided the parking that they need. There is also overflow parking that's around the property that's being used in exceptional circumstances. So that would be kind of getting to your second part, when it would become the problem. They have the relief valve on their own property to have overflow parking distributed throughout the property. So the parking issue is really a non-issue at this point, unless they build another St. Gertrude's that's very high or have uses that go beyond the parking that's already provided.
That got us there. All right. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I can't say enough about the school. I think it's absolutely wonderful and excellent. So we've got a motion and a second. Dr. Reilly, you want a roll call vote?
Sure. Mr. Lyle?
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Voters?
Yes.
And Mr. Christie?
Yes. Congratulations. Next item is ordinance amending Goochland County Code, Chapter 5, Erosion and Stormwater Management Program Sections 5 through 2, definitions 5 through 4, regulating land disturbing activities, 5-5, review and approval of plans, prohibitions, 5-7, stormwater permit requirements, exemptions, 5-16, enforcement, penalties, injunctions, and other legal actions, and 5-18, fees, and to amend Appendix C fee schedule. These amendments are sought in order to increase the erosion and stormwater management base per acre lot and annual maintenance fees to account for staff time and to distinguish between fees for residential and non-residential projects, to add a reinspection fee to remove the exemption for single-family residential permits from the responsible land disturber certification requirement, and to update and improve the wording and formatting. Is there, oh, and Josh Gillespie will be presenting.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Christie. This resolution before you is an ordinance to amend the code chapters as you described. Materials in your packet begin on packet page 145 and have the detail. Essentially, what we are seeking to do is to get caught up to the current times, to look at cost recovery in a way that's more realistic than the fees that haven't increased for over a decade, and to add reinspection fees. That is becoming more of an issue for us, as well as increase the fees for maintenance of facilities that are essentially perpetual, the stormwater ponds. So you have some background material that's been collected by your staff that's not in the packet, but relates to benchmarking that was done in other, with other localities and other practices. We did outreach, in this case, to organizations like the Home Builders Association of Richmond and others, and we collected some feedback on that. Where we are as a staff to recommend to you is the materials that were submitted have encountered no opposition that we're aware of that would substantially change the position that we recommend this change to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Any questions, board members?
You stressed, you did mention it, but if you have the date, when were these fees last adjusted?
I don't have it in my head, but it'll take just a second.
I guess, was it over a decade ago?
It was over a decade
Okay,
ago. I did
that's
say
all I
that,
need to
yes. I was going to say
stress.
2015, but I don't want to be incorrect. But
That's
yes,
good.
it is been more than 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lau?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Gillespie, we are removing the exemption for single-family dwelling unit, and I'm anticipating that's because we found that they have demands and needs for those kind of inspections, and we want to make sure that we are keeping the environment silt-free and not having erosion issues. Is that the reason for the exemption?
For the addition, yes.
Well, we're removing the exemption. I apologize.
No, yeah, 100% understand what you're saying. Yes, correct.
Okay, so this will improve the environment,
Correct.
ideally.
It will establish, it will expand our program to help improve the environment, yes.
Any other questions?
July 2015 was the last time it was changed. I was pretty sure it was 10 years. I just wanted to check.
All right, we'll open up citizen comment. And seeing none, we will close the comment period. All right, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board adopt this ordinance amendment related to environmental fees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
You go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie, for your comments. I would just stress that this is being done to be good stewards of our resources as opposed to increasing fees. We bear costs as a county. It's important that we regularly do a study of them to make sure that they align with the resources that are being allocated by our staff and better allocate appropriate costs to appropriate actions. So, and I think comparables analysis, which was done in detail in this, is the best way to make sure we're fair relative to neighboring and other like like-minded or alike municipalities. So it was very nice to see the results of this study, and I think it really has triggered a desire to maintain these more than once a decade so that we stay in line with the costs we're bearing as a county.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would iterate what Supervisor Vaughter said. Goochland County is not in the profit-making environment. This is to cover costs. And we can wish that we didn't see increasing costs, and some of these requirements are state or federally mandated that we have erosion sediment program in place. There is a point, and I have heard comments that we make it too expensive to build housing and homes in Goochland, but at the same time, if indeed we have to do inspections, if we do have to certify that we're not creating problems when development occurs, somebody's got to pay the piper, and I would just as soon see it be the individual incurring those costs, cover them. My encouragement is that we will continue to monitor this, and if we find there's more efficient ways, everybody seems to think artificial intelligence is the next thing, and if there's a way that we can use technology to ensure that the environment's being attended to and we can lower costs, I would not be opposed to lowering these fees in the future, but that's a lift for staff to come to and say, hey, we found a way where we can lower these costs and still accomplish the outcome that I think the citizens would like to see. So you got a new assignment. Find out how we can lower these costs but still achieve the goals. How's that?
Very good. Mission accepted. This is a fairly manual process. As you know, after it rains, we go out and look at the property. And, that can be scores of sites across the county at any given time. So it is hard to bring a lot of technology to bear in that, but plan reading is something that, desktop paper exercise where we can definitely bring cost savings to bear through technology.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I'm going to take a little different tack than my peers up here. I do agree with passing costs on to those that incur them. But I'm a little surprised that a conservative board would, at every single opportunity that we've had, we take an opportunity to increase fees, to add more government oversight, and that just doesn't sit with me. We've began to require soil tests on structures that we know have no soil issues in the area because we wanted to make it easy to just make everybody do it instead of doing it where we had concerns. We were requiring digital GPS for things that just, quite frankly, aren't necessary. Our access management is making development occur in ways that we don't intend and has completely increased the cost. And now we're seeing case after case coming before us, coming up of we just don't disagree with these turn lanes, et cetera. So at some point, taxpayers have to ask, well, what is their money going towards? And I've not seen any data that this will actually help with our staffing issues or do any. It's not going to create additional positions. It's just going to make it more expensive to build, and that's the dirty secret. The more expensive you build, that's one way to keep it rural. And it doesn't. I think that's not a very well managed way to manage growth. Thank you.
Dr. Rayleigh, you want to call a roll call vote?
Sure, yes, sir. I will start with Mr. Lau.
Yay.
Okay, Mr. Spoonhour,
Nay.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
and Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right, and our last item of the night is an ordinance amending county fee schedule Appendix C to the county code to increase plan of development review fees and add a resubmittal review fee. And presenting is, again, Josh Gillespie.
Okay, thank you, Chair Christie. This is similar to the previous item that you've heard in that we are looking to recover costs, to get costs back for a program that Goochland is choosing to run, which is a plan of development program Unlike, as Supervisor Lyle said, the Clean Water Act requires implementation from the federal level at the state level. And but for Goochland County running its own erosion and sediment control programs or stormwater management programs, the state of Virginia would step in and run those programs for us. Unlike that program, the Plan of Development program is a local program that's administered for local values. So in the Plan of Development process that we are an outlier in that we don't charge. We presently do not have a fee for resubmittals, and that means that the first time a fee is paid is the last time a fee is paid to review a plan. And if that takes 3 or 4 review cycles, which can be very time-consuming, and sometimes the same errors are repeated on subsequent submittals, staff time is looking at the same work again and again. So this adds a new fee, yes, and it adds a fee that frankly is appropriate to be consistent with our neighbors. Related to the increased fees, this has not changed for more than 10 years, and I think it's 2012 or 2009. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact date, but it's more than 10 years since these fees have changed. We do anticipate resubmittals coming in at lesser frequency when there's some essentially advantage or incentive to get it right earlier in the process. And that is also a justification for this change in fees. So with that said, the previous work that was done to benchmark, to look at the changes in the consumer price index and inflation over time, over more than 15 years, staff recommends to the board that this fee schedule be adjusted. I'd be happy to answer any questions about it.
You go ahead.
I'm working a little bit from memory, but when staff presented to us in 2x2s, the Pareto principle, I think, comes into play, where 80% of these reviews are coming from a small percentage of less than 20% of the applicants. So the work that's being incurred with the reviews is going to be borne by those folks who, for whatever reason, on purpose or just bad luck, don't seem to be able to get the submission correct. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir, that's fair. It's disproportionate. You know, there are people who are learning the county regulations for the first time because they've not developed in Goochland County before. They may not have designed in Goochland County before, and we help those folks. And that accounts for a little bit of some repeat kind of practice, if you will, to get it right. But no, generally, there are some Pareto principles in play, and we would like to help people be sharper faster.
Mr. Gillespie.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Gillespie, could you reiterate that there were a number of, there was considerable comparables analysis to make sure that we were in line or better than our neighboring counties and other likely similarly sized counties? This
Yes.
is not us going outside the ordinary by any means.
Yes, absolutely correct. Goochland County is unique in many ways. We like to say we have a lot of special assets that make us unique. In this particular case, one asset that we have is we do operate our own erosion and sediment control and stormwater management programs, which tie very neatly with our plan of development review process. So we have the opportunity here to compare ourselves to some places that don't have such a coordinated process. Some of our other rural localities don't have the same processes that we do. And so they have to depend on those outside agencies from the state, DEQ in particular, to do review. But generally, we compare ourselves with our neighbors in the region, both larger, smaller, and similarly sized and situated, which we did.
I would
So
also.
I'm not going to name names because.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's bad neighbors to the east. No,
Yeah.
no, I'm just kidding. I would also add that with a pay-as-you-go model, which we've largely employed historically, and a CIP program well exceeding $100 million, us being diligent, ensuring that we're covering costs to the best of our ability and not leaving money on the table is incredibly important. That's how we maintain financial discipline and make sure that we are in the long term, able to keep tax rates low and fund the growth needs we have moving forward. But I would say that if we had no CIP program like we do have, which involves maintaining services and providing new services for deteriorating structures, then it would be fine to make the argument that this is another fee, this is government overburden, but this is collection of fees that we know there are costs associated with them. So I just wanted to make that point.
Very good, sir.
So if I'm unfamiliar with the county code and whatnot, and I put in my initial application, is staff gonna kind of advise me that, hey, have you gone over, the codes that are relevant? There is a resubmittal fee, kind of, I guess, a courtesy warning and some assistance to where the material is?
Absolutely, and I did absolutely, thank you for asking that. I brought up the example of people who have not done work in this county before, whether they're from a different part of Virginia or a different part of the country. We have a very good pre-application system where we get people into the room. We can meet virtually from people all across the country, of course, using different tools. And we offer to have multiple pre-application meetings with people before the actual plan is submitted and it's live and we're doing a review. And, we offer that to people because it usually helps. If you're drafting a term paper, you probably have, one draft, two drafts, and then you kind of say, oh yeah, that's great, I'm going to turn that in. So yes, 100%, we do help people on the pre-application stage of this. And then, if they ask for some advice about how to insert particular items without getting into details and things that might be in a plan set, we'll be happy to answer that. We would much rather help people have, a complete set that meets the code standards before we have to tell them you don't have a complete code set, a plan set, and you have to, look at code section, 323 or something like that.
All right, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, you sparked another question. And I mentioned the Pareto principle 80-20 rule. What percent of these are approved with one read-through? How many resubmissions are we having to look at?
We probably have, Jamie could verify if you want, but I would say less than 1% are going to pass the first time. And I'm
Less
sorry.
than 1% will pass the first time?
Correct. And I'm sorry to say that's true.
I am sorry to hear that.
Yep.
Have we identified, is there a sort of like frequent flyer of they don't pass because this I wasn't dotted or this T wasn't crossed? Is there a uniformity of what causes them not to pass?
Generally, there is some part of the design that does not meet the standard. So when architects and engineers are hired, part of their job is to do a code analysis. And the stormwater engineer and the civil engineer who's doing some other parts of the work need to make sure their work works together. But we have multiple reviewers that are catching things that may not meet the code sections, might meet it for one part of the code, but doesn't meet the other. So that coming together usually requires a second review.
Yeah. I mean, this has sparked a whole concept of thinking. I'm not sure, I apologize for late to the game, but is this something that we can say, just learn from your peers, these 7 areas or 3 areas are going to likely result in not being approved, check your work. I mean,
we have some instructions like that in the checklists. So in our submittal checklist, we have some instructions like that, pay special attention to certain things.
And it still was 99% no on the first go-round.
It's not no, it's these things need to be added to the plans.
Well, yeah, but we're going to increase the cost to these people for that. And again, I mean, put your big boy pants on, I guess, and get it right. These people are not doing it on the back of an envelope. But I apologize for being surprised, or I apologize for not having recognized that 99% of these applications are not passing the first time.
Yeah.
That got my attention.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Rose.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for us to continually collaborate with our business community on opportunities for education that will allow us to help to gain a better understanding of what we're looking for so that we can help them have a stronger submission on the front end. and we talked about the pre-application process, there's likely an opportunity for us to bolster that too and provide maybe even some more clarity in the checklists that we do use and identify some of those common themes and create a campaign where we can provide some outreach to specific individuals or the business community as a whole so that we can reduce some of those transactions back and forth. I think there's an opportunity to continually collaborate to make this a better experience for everybody involved.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rayleigh. Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes, thanks. So I just want to clarify something, Mr. Gillespie. In the ordinance, addressing the chairman's question about, first time or second time, there's no fee until the third submittal. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so
There's no resubmittal fee until that third time.
the other question I have is, has staff assessed the impacts of this with the legislation that just passed? It was the proposed bill by Delegate Owen, our delegate. I understand it wasn't his bill, but it was the exact bill. It says after the third plan review, there is no more plan review. It just gets approved. So have we assessed the impacts of this new legislation on this actual entire program?
Yes, sir, we have.
And what are the results of that?
It's actually, it's not after the third review. There actually is an escalation essentially that it runs up from a supervisor to a manager to essentially the director, who has to do subsequent reviews. So they have to sign off, and it shortens the review times in those cycles. So that's the details of that legislation. We believe that having a resubmittal fee after third review just reminds people, you're on a clock, we're on a clock. We all want to get the yes and make this successful. So they're related, but this doesn't change that statutory requirement, and the statutory requirement doesn't change the resubmittal fee cost recovery premise.
I'm not convinced of that, because that's not, okay, my understanding was that after the third review, if it was denied 3 times, then it doesn't go, you're saying it just gets escalated at that point?
It sets forth, we can pull the exact language up, but basically it sets forth a scheme in which it goes in the final reviews by the director's office, and the director has a very limited time period to review the final plan.
Okay.
So that's the way it's set up.
Okay, all right, thank you. We haven't had the public hearing yet, all right? No. All right, so I'll have some more comments after.
Just real quick to piggyback off of that.
Yep.
That legislation would add cost to the county, correct? You are now under a time crunch to.
Yes, I would, the reason I pause a little bit on the add cost part, it adds some time cost to the county, and the time crunch is really the bigger issue, because if we're in third and fourth reviews on things, which again, we don't want to be in third and fourth reviews, but if we're in third and fourth reviews, some of those time cycles are reducing, which means especially if we have a few very short time cycles, it's really going to put a crunch on staff. So we're trying to give folks an incentive to get it right and complete, which may take 2 reviews, but get it right in those first 2 reviews.
Right. Any other questions from the board? All right, I'll open citizen comment. And seeing none, close the comment period. All right, board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board deny the ordinance amending county fee schedule Appendix C to the county code to increase the plan of development review fees and add a resubmittal review fee.
Do I have a second? No second. Do I have another
Chair.
motion?
I move that the board adopt this ordinance amending county fee schedule, Appendix C to the county code, to increase plan of development review fees and add a resubmittal review fee.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I will second that, and we'll discuss that.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. Let's have some discussion.
My heart is with Mr. Spoonhour's original motion, because I do like the idea that we make it easy and is less of a burden on the person who wants to do business in the county, do something with their land and put something on their land that they'd like to have. But the but, where they say everything before the but doesn't count. We are incurring costs, and we do have a process that we need to follow. We haven't adjusted this cost structure for over 10 years. And the fact that they get 2 bites at the apple, in other words, this fee doesn't kick in until the 3rd time, gives me some solace, particularly with 99% of the applications not passing the first time. It's like my youngest son in his driving license. He needed 3 times to get that. But that notwithstanding, that we are going to put the cost burden on the person who either bad luck or deliberate, I don't want to call it malfeasance, but not compliance with the process is going to pay the freight, makes me a little more comfortable that we're going to adjust this and say we aren't going to have the frequent flyer coming in. And as it was presented in 2x2s, getting staff to do the work for them. That, I don't think this is quite right, but staff is pretty accommodating. They're going to make these corrections for me, and so I'll know what to do, and I won't have to go back to my engineer. There are costs to do it. We are a public service. We are serving the public, but at the same time, all of that does get paid for by tax dollars, and I like the idea that the payment is made by the person incurring the cost. So I'm going to reluctantly vote for this, but I have appreciated the county administrator's comments that we're going to find a way to get that 99% to 0, that everybody passes the first time, because we've made it really easy and clear as to what we expect when someone comes in and applies for this. So thank you for allowing me to debate.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My previous comments around the fees still stands from the last case, but so I won't repeat them for the sake of time. I'm sorry, but a 99% failure rate is not a failure rate on the applicants, it's a failure on your process. So to me, that's like we're baiting people into failing. I know a lot of builders, I know a lot of developers, I know a lot of people that want things done on their homes and make improvements. None of them wants to take more time. So now we're going to say it's going to cost you more to take more time. And that is completely outrageous in my opinion. And that, so for that, I can't support this. I think I'm not convinced that the legislation that has gone through, that we truly understand the impacts, especially as it comes to time. I think, I would almost argue that if that legislation plays out the way that it could potentially, we may need to increase our fees significantly more, because I think we're going to need more staff to cover some of these inspections. So I would say that passing this at this time, we're just going to be revisiting this in a month or two, or once that comes to fruition.
Mr. Waters?
Yeah, what I would comment on this is the comparable analysis on this was astounding. It was Goochland has not touched this, and we are seeing all these other municipalities neighboring and having resubmittal fees. And so it was a matter of fairness and are we in line? Since maybe this came to me just because Benedictine School was here, but let's think of this as the good student versus the bad student. The good students are going to do multiple drafts. They're going to make sure their submission is as precise as possible. The bad student, if they know they can take the exam over and over and over again and not see things like fees for the extra work they can do, is going to take the test over and over and over again. So we had, in many ways, I look at the other counties doing this not as milking fees, but as doing the right thing, because I do think there is a negative adverse effect to not having a very set and defined outcome for, or penalty in this case, for not being focused and making sure that initial review is done as well as possible. And one thing I've said many times before from the dais is, I want to be accommodating to the best players. I don't necessarily want to see development and growth in this county done by people who are not good partners to Goochland County. So that would be people who are that small percentage that are getting to many resubmittals that are taking up inordinate amounts of time from staff. And we want to see the good players over and over again. And those are the ones, in my opinion, that learn the process, work with us, and try and get those initial submissions done the right way. And I do think knowing that there is a stick, and in this situation, if we're looking at it in the carrot and stick method, is not a bad thing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Just, one has to wonder, though, if I know that my application is going to fail no matter what I do 99% of the time, why am I going to spend the time doing it? I completely agree with, there's no argument with me, like the bad actors, the people that haven't done it the first time should, but if we're not charging it the third time anyway, guess what? It's not going to get better till the third time. So my point is, I think we should deny this so that we can focus on the real problem, which is people can't get through our process. And all we're doing is just making it easy. We're going to say, all right, we're going to do the carrot, the stick. We should have the carrot of a process that people can get through in a timely and efficient manner so that we know what we're doing. So saying that we're not going to, because I don't think it incents staff to improve the process or get us to where people are getting approved on the first go around. If 99%, if I know I'm going to fail, I am not going to put the level of effort in on those first or maybe even second application.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is a staff question, actually. The 99% first-time failure, again, I have to apologize for not having grasped that or asked that question earlier. How many are requiring 3 reviews? How many make it on the second try?
So Director Sherry's probably better able to characterize that. So let her give a shot at that.
Thank you. Mr. Lyle, to answer your question, I would go with around 3 submissions is like our average amount of times that are reviews. I mean, very rarely do we have them go way beyond that. Sometimes they do, but I would say 3.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is that, and I'm thinking of the CPA exam. I mean, in the CPA exam, there's 5 parts to it, and you got to pass at least 3 the first time, and then you go back and you got a chance to pass the other 2. I'm curious, do we go from 99 fail, and on the second submission, 97% of those people pass, and it's only 3% to get the 3?
So I'm going to answer that question a little differently and see if it gets us to the same spot. Otherwise, I might
All right,
need
well,
a little
let me
clarity.
make it easy.
Okay.
How many people get approved on the second submission?
I don't have that exact answer, but I do know for most circumstances, we could have, this is just an example, 10 comments that in our comment letter, and they come back and it might only be 2 or 3, so it might require the next one to be, the winner. Sometimes there are smaller, the comments generally get smaller, so sometimes they're just, by those final ones, they're just little ones, so it really just depends on how good they are at the second level.
So we tell them what to do, and they don't do it?
I would think that's, I hate to say it, but kind of an oversimplification, because some of the things that they're dealing with are kind of complicated matters, particularly when it involves like stormwater and things along those lines. Yeah, we do tell them what to do. Sometimes, there's questions. We're always open for questions in between time, clarity, that kind of thing, but.
Yeah, okay. You don't need to hear me emote up here or think aloud. That's not pretty, but I appreciate Mr. Spoonhour's comments because it's got me chewing on this.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Now my comments. The way I see this is the less time spent on one applicant is time that you can spend serving more applicants. And we all have gotten call after call and email after email about what's the holdup in planning. I think when it comes to the 99% failure rate, I think this is the tool to reduce that 99% failure rate. I think it may not make it perfect right off the bat, but I think when you have skin in the game, you are actually going to take heed to at least the first resubmittal, the notes. You may ask questions, to be a little more accurate. I, and to your point, Mr. Spoonhour, we can still have this and explore our options for the process as well. So that's all I've got. All right.
But
So,
just,
yes, yes, Mr.
but the fee doesn't come in until the third, so you're not going to fix the first time. You may fix the third time, but
I
we're not
understand.
fixing the first time.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second. Dr. Rayleigh, you want to call roll call vote?
So board members, just for clarity, I have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance amending the county fee schedule as presented. So Mr. Lyle,
Yay.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Nay.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
and Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is out of order or not, but if you'll indulge me, I am going to encourage staff and Dr. Rayleigh to move this up the pothole list, if you will. The 99% failure rate is, I'm gobsmacked. I mean, I just don't know how I missed that. That is such a amazing number that 99% of the people are not getting an approval. I have to concur, Mr. Spoonhour is correct. It's the process.
Yeah.
We can't have 99% of our applicants not knowing what they're doing. It just, thank you for letting me share that.
All right. So we will now adjourn. The Board of Supervisors will adjourn to Thursday, September 4th, 2025 as follow. Board of Supervisors Capital Improvement Plan CIP meeting, 12 noon, conference room 270. Meeting is open to the public. And Board of Supervisors regular meeting, afternoon meeting, time to be determined, 6 p.m. Public hearings. Meetings are open to the public. Thank you, everyone.